21, and I will call the Lubbock City Council to order. We are in work session this afternoon. This meeting was posted as is required by state law. Today we will be moving directly into executive session before returning in what I would think somewhere around 45 minutes for those that might be watching from home. Hopefully maybe in 45 minutes or so, plus or minus, that we will come back into to work session. So today the City Council will hold an executive session for the purpose of consulting with city staff regarding pending or contemplated litigation or settlement agreements, and to hold consultation with attorney under section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code, and also to discuss or deliberate regarding commercial or financial information as it pertains to economic development under section 551.087 of the Texas Government Code. It is 2:03. The Lubbock City Council is recessed to executive session. Okay, I think we've got everybody back. It's 3:04 p.m. Lubbock City Council's, we've returned from executive session. We're back in our work session. We'll now move to item 2.1. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 2.1, council members, is probably a bit overdue. We bring to you today a full briefing and update on the Public Safety Improvement Project. So recall that this was the original, excuse me, $60 million project. It delivers to you 3 police substations, a new municipal court building, a new police headquarters, the new police property facility and crime lab, and really due to savings on this project and others, this is also now where we account for your parking garage that's under construction on the south side of Citizens Tower. Mr. Yearwood is going to call up the presentation and start us through that, and then we'll be glad to take any questions at the end. So, Mr. Yearwood.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I also have Wes Everett and Darren Dinsford on the Zoom with me. Now I'm going to share my screen, and we're going to start going over the project. This actually, you'll see this another time, but this is the conceptual drawing for our police headquarters that will be at 15th, a block away from here. First, we're going to start. This project is more than 3.5 years old. It started back in July of 17, where a resolution was approved, actually naming the project the Public Safety Improvements Project. It references a work session before that, but I couldn't find it. I also know that Chief Stevens, Assistant Chief Caspel, and I spent a lot of time with an architect long before that, just going over programming so that we could come up with some budgetary figures. In December of 17, the project was approved by City Council for $60 million. $10 million in debt would be issued in the 17-18 fiscal year, and it would increase property taxes by 1 cent per $100 valuation. Then another $50 million debt would be issued in the 2018-19 fiscal year, and it for 20 years, and it too would increase property taxes by 1 penny per $100 valuation. In March of 2018, the public safety project was approved by City Council, and the initial funding of $10 million was appropriated for land acquisition, A&E contracts, and things like that. In June of that year, we entered a contract with MWM Architects to design all 3 substations. Then we go into 2019, where we entered into a contract with Park Hill Smith and Cooper for the PD headquarters. Then in March of that year, we contracted with Lee Lewis as the construction manager at risk, approved by City Council, and that was for the substations. In April, the Randall Scott Architects were approved by Council for municipal court. On up into November of 2019, the amendment with Lee Lewis for the substations was established the GMP of $17,908,000. In April of 20, Lee Lewis was also contracted for construction manager at risk for municipal court. And earlier this year, just about 3 weeks ago, an amendment to that Lee Lewis contract established the GMP for the municipal court of $4,415,000. And that's where we are today. That's how we got to where we are today. Now, the appropriations of these for the substations and all of these probably, if you have seen any of the estimates that got to the budgetary figure, these numbers are a little bit normalized to account for actual dollars and evening out. So there's really the only one that's not, well, the 2 that are not are going to be the police headquarters and the evidence, and those are going to still be opinion of probable cost. Now, this is kind of an interesting on that. Back in December of 17, we looked at in the work session, we looked at this for the substations and what we were going to do, or how we were going to get the land and build it. As you can see for the substations, it was going to be designed for 11,766. It ended up, all three of them are designed at 11,194. Then you can see the actual appropriation, or actually the estimation on under 617, and then as we are as of last August, this is again the more it's much more based on actual appropriations or actual contracts. You'll see the project total down here is 55,882,000, and that 4,118,000. We'll get to that in just a little bit, but that is the money that was taken out of the PSIP to go to the parking garage. So the East substation, its notice to proceed was in December of 2019. It is about 64% complete. And our occupancy date, there will be substantial completion before this, but our actual occupancy date is scheduled for June 27th of this year. And here's a couple of construction photos. If any of you have driven by this, then you've probably had a better shot than these, but this is the construction, and they are blowing and going. As I understand it, they have been dried in. Now, the South substation was the second one that we issued the notice to proceed, and we did that in February of 20. And it's at about 59% completion on construction. Its target occupancy date is September of this year. And again, not quite as far along as the East, but it's close. It's very close behind the East substation. Same thing with the North substation. It was issued in March of last year, and it is about 56% complete. And our target occupancy date on that is November of this year. And just like the others, they're going to look the same, but you can see just a little bit difference in where they're at in construction.
Mr. Yearwood, it appears to me that the presentation that was sent to us and the one that you're giving are different.
I think that the one that I sent you earlier, Darren and Wes and I had a conversation after I sent that. And so where you see a difference is really going to be in this construction progress.
That's correct.
And the reason for that, after I talked to them, the numbers that's in your packet was really based on what we have been billed for construction costs. So after we had a discussion, it was much more apparent or after we had our discussion, it was much more apparent that the construction process was much further ahead than our billings.
Thank you.
Okay, and now this is a conceptual drawing of municipal court. I don't know that anybody has seen that yet. I don't think that we've had a work session to show that, but this is the building that is underway right next door, and it's notice to proceed. They have asked for us to issue this on Monday, on February 1st, and its target occupancy date is only about a year away. It's going to be in March of 22. And the police department headquarters, that's the one that you saw at the beginning. Its target occupancy, hang on. And its notice to proceed was issued, should be issued in April of this year. And it will take about 14 months for completion. So it should be completed in June, and then an occupancy date of September of 22. The police department warehouse and crime lab, we hope to get that. We're freeing Darren up to do some more drawing and get that further along. But we expect to issue a notice to proceed in August. And once again, it's scheduled for about a 12-month, or expected about a 12-month construction time, and then target occupancy in October of 22. Now, and this is the municipal parking garage. The appropriation for it was $7.9 million. Its notice to proceed was on October 23rd of last year, and it is estimated to be completed in August of this year. Once again, here is kind of the history of that is the contract with Park Hill Smith and Cooper was approved by council in August of 2019. In August of 20, a resolution was approved by city council to create and fund the parking garage at $7.961294 million. $4,118,000 of that was from public safety improvement projects. $500,000 was from municipal facilities renovations, the Citizens Tower. $2 million from sale of Old City Hall, and then $1.343 million from general fund balance. Then in September last year, we issued a contract with Tyner Construction approved by City Council for $6.760236 million. And again, you've seen this under construction ever since the beginning. They are moving ahead. I think they're getting ready to take those forms out right now. Haven't quite started yet. And that's my quick presentation. So I'm open for any questions or comments.
Okay, let's go to Mr. Massengale, Chair of Facilities Committee, for some comments, and we'll have a council for any questions you might have. Mr. Massengale.
I would say, well, I guess I'd start by saying it's fun to see the pictures of the substations and see those coming to life. It's been a long time since we had community engagement task force meetings, Mayor, and the concept of community policing came up in those meetings, if I remember correctly. So I think the committee's excited to just show some of the renderings with the council, and I welcome my colleagues on the committee, any comments they may have, and then open it up for questions. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It is exciting to finally have this come to fruition. I'm tickled to present this update, and we're very excited to show the completion dates or approximate completion dates, because the sooner we get this finished and obviously PD moves into these facilities, the better off we are. No doubt about it. As the city continues to grow, this is much needed. And so this is important that we fulfill this obligation to our citizens.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Griffith.
Mr. Griffith. Ms. Joy?
Yes, Mark, can you go back to the at least the depiction of the municipal court building?
Right there.
Yes, thank you, Mark. Oops.
Hang on. There.
Yeah, this is probably something that a lot of people have not seen, and wanted everyone to have a little bit more opportunity to look at it and appreciate how well it blends in with the current city hall and just its overall looks. And also remind everyone that this area in front that adjoins the courtyard over at Citizens Tower, that's not in the project. So that's something that we will have to deal with going forward, because we do want it to be compatible with what we have at Citizens Tower. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Joy. Why don't you leave the, well, it's okay, Matt. Mr. Christian.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I thought I agree with Ms. Joy that that's the first time I've seen that rendering of the municipal court. If it would be appropriate, I think that we should some way display that in the lobby of Citizens Tower, so we can at least get a little exposure for it. And I wouldn't be opposed that if it's be agreeable that we might put out some sort of press release or press alert of the update of what we just saw to citizens at large.
And I do believe that Ms. Nobles has the packet that she'll be sending to the media after the meeting.
It might be a bad idea to get renderings of the entire project to put down in Citizens Tower on the first floor, so people could see what to expect.
Sure.
I agree. I agree totally. I think the more we can get this out, especially that one of the completed municipal courts, I think people will be very impressed. And I'm certainly sure we won't get well, maybe our subcommittee will get a pat on the back, but it's a great job, though. Great job.
Yeah, let's make sure we identify the perspectives of like the court. That's 14th and L, and when you look at the parking garage, you were at 15th and K.
Right.
It's hard to figure out where you are on that, but I think it'd be important to identify those.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Masco. Thank you, Mr. Christian. Other comments? Mr. Atkinson, let me just clarify with you for a second. These projects are, as we see them today, are all included in the tax rate today. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor. That's an excellent point. The tax impact first was estimated to be 3 cents when this project was presented originally. It ended up at 2 cents. Those 2 cents are fully inside your tax rate, and there are no additional increases coming because.
Thank you. Finally, just a little bit, maybe Mr. Maskill and maybe Mr. Everett can talk a little bit about the scope of the crime lab and warehouse. I'm a little surprised at the total price for that. It seems like I'm sure maybe that's what our pricing was all along, but it's pretty substantial. Maybe our citizens would like to understand more about exactly what's in there. Steve, you want to start with that?
I can speak to that, Mayor, and all of the facilities except for municipal court was estimated by an architectural firm who does police facilities. And the municipal court was the only one that I estimated myself, but using their model.
I think we were looking at, your question, Mayor, was about the crime lab, correct? The crime, well, here.
That's correct, Steve.
Crime lab's in really early phases. I think, with as many projects as we've had going on, that we'd love to be a little farther along with that. I think what's important is we're doing a lot of the design on that in-house. Now I can't speak, we're too early in the process to probably identify where all the cost is on that. So I think we need to get farther into the design before we can determine where we are and how much that'll cost. I think everyone should also understand that is a warehouse facility. That is nowhere built to the caliber of the public buildings that you see people come in and out of every day. So, Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Councilman. That's absolutely correct. The magic of that facility is really on the inside of it. Everything that goes within is freestanding. It's designed to scale up as the city grows. So it certainly is going to be a bit large when we start, but probably not for long. And I think as Wes and his team get farther into design, we'll, get finer and finer points on that estimating.
That'd be great. Thanks. I look forward to more data. Okay. Anything else, council, on item 2.1? Okay, let's move to item 2.2. It's a presentation discussion of the pricing results of the bonds that were just sold, the COs that were just sold for 2021 water and wastewater system revenue bonds. Mr. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. This item will be presented by Mr. Blue Kostelich, our Chief Financial Officer. Mark, I don't see him, so go ahead and promote him into the room if you would. Council, this is a direct follow-up to the recent parameters ordinance that you passed. That authorized your staff and your outside experts to go forward with actually selling these debt issuances, and Blue is now here and will take it over.
Thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Good evening, Mr. Kostelich. Good afternoon. Welcome back. Good to see you. Hit us with a little good news.
We do have a little bit of good news on this one. So let me go ahead and start sharing my screen. All right, Mayor, Council. A little bit of good news on this. Like Mr. Atkinson, I think said, I was still joining this, being promoted up, but the bond sale happened about a week ago after the parameters ordinance was approved at our council meeting 2 weeks ago. So we went to market last Tuesday, January 19th, with two different series, one a certificate of obligation and one a water and wastewater revenue bond. So first, we're going to start with the certificates of obligation. And on the left table, you're going to see what we projected and what we presented 2 weeks ago. And on the right side of the slide, you'll see what the actuals were. So as a reminder, this was for one street project, 114th Street, slide to Quaker, which was about a $7.4 million project. And we issued that on a 10-year bond. So what we were expecting was about a 1.12% interest rate all in on this. And what we actually got, if you can see over here, is a 0.9752%. So very, very strong showing in the market that day on this. And really, if you want to look down at the net interest on this, like I said, this was a $7.4 million project. So what we're paying in total debt service, that's principal and interest, is 7.8. So your net interest on this project from what you needed to finish this project to now and what we have and what we're going to be paying for the next 10 years is only $348,000 more than that. So very, very strong showing, and debt is quite cheap right now. So this is one of those times where it makes a lot more sense to do this on a 10-year note rather than pay the cash up front. All right, same with the 2021 water and wastewater revenue bonds. This was for two projects. We issued this on a 10-year note as well. In this were Bailey County electrical improvements in that well field to help us manage and run those wells. And then two, a low pressure supply lining project. So both of those projects together totaled $11.5 million. Again, we expected about a 1.11%. And ended up coming up right at where the certificates of obligation came out at a 0.9696% all in interest. And again, if you look again, that's $556,000 of net interest on this. So very, very strong showing. The city of Lubbock has a good reputation out in our market. We had another strong showing. So Mayor, with that, I'll turn it over to any questions that you have.
Thank you, Mr. Kostelich. That's good news. Council, any questions for Mr. Kostelich? I think I see Mr. Griffith saying, just keep bringing us news like that. Okay. So yeah, once a meeting. Okay. All right. Good report. You said you'd come back to us. I don't think we expected you to be back this quickly. And the news is even better than we expected. So thank you. And please let Mr. Bowles share our words of thank you with Mr. Bowles too, please. Okay.
Will do, sir.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Atkinson, let's go back to our agenda. Let's go to item 2.3. I think this may also feature Mr. Kostelich, but I'll let you, this is a 2021 sales tax update and discussion. You want to, Mr. Atkinson, are you going to start this one or how are you going to handle this?
I think, Mayor, I'll come in at the end of this one. We're going to let
Okay.
Mr. Kostelich start, show you the current sales tax, maybe some ways of looking at things that we have not been able to see in the past, and then we'll kind of run it together at the end. Blue?
Yes, sir. Thank you. All right, Mayor, Council. This one is a little bit, I'll tee it up, a little bit more of a cautionary tale than what we came to you with in November. But still, it's cautionary, but it's not doomsday by any means. Let me go ahead. All right. So this is the largest, sales tax is the largest source of our general fund revenue. So, over the last year, about a year and a half, our staff has really taken the approach of looking very, very hard into this and getting a little bit better in-depth analysis for this largest source of revenue for our general fund. So what we see through November right now, November 2020, in fiscal year 21, is that we are down slightly to our budget. We are down about $325,000. That's 2.8% year to date below budget. Our fiscal year 21 was budgeted with a 2.5% increase over our fiscal year 20 actual collections. And remember, 2.5 over last year was pretty aggressive, but we still feel like, and our forecast still shows that really, if you look at the bottom line, we do feel like we will still come in very flat to budget. There's still a lot of room to move in this. December is usually one of our largest months. We won't know December until the beginning of February, based upon how those taxes are collected, remitted to the state, and then from the state coming back to us. It takes a couple of months for us to know those results. But all that said, so really what we know, like I said, we are down over a pretty aggressive budget. The forecast is still leaning towards we're going to be fairly flat, maybe down 0.1%. So that's really only $94,000. December is that pivotal month, and the Texas Comptroller, Comptroller Hager, put out his December sales tax report that showed December was down 5% year over year at the state level. Now, we have to take a little bit harder look into what they're saying, because there are some sales taxes that are collected by the state that are not collected within the cities. So when you look at the report and you see that the major drivers downward were motor fuel taxes, oil production, natural gas production, hotel occupancy taxes, which we do collect, but they're not sales taxes, and alcoholic beverages, those really don't apply to the city of Lubbock. Alcoholic beverages do, but they are a very, very small portion of our total sales tax collections. Now, what Comptroller Hager did say in the positives from December's collections are a potential good news story for Lubbock. So when you're talking retail, online general merchandisers, wholesale trading, building materials and construction, warehouse club and super centers, these are some of the areas where Lubbock typically outperforms the state, and the way that we collect really can show a pretty positive impact on December if this trend holds true. Now, we are, like I said, this is a cautionary tale for us. We are seeing 2 months that we are down. We're down to budget. So we're going to go ahead and start looking at this and making sure that we're prepared so that we can be a little bit more proactive in what we're doing and adjusting our spending in case this trend does continue to fall well below budget. So phase one is really the one that we're going to look at implementing, not immediately, but if the December collections remain depressed, we're going to start looking phase one to reduce training and travel budgets. This will be across the board, all employees. But like we said, sales tax is general fund, so I'm putting this up there. The general fund budget for training and travel is $893,000. As of the end of last week, we had only spent $84,000 out of that budget. Now, a lot of the conferences and everything where people typically travel for their training happens in the spring and the summer. So, it's not unheard of to hear that we're this far under budget at this moment. What we will look to do is really give the assistant city managers, deputy city manager discretion in allowing people to travel this spring and the summer, again, if these phases need to be triggered. If training and travel still isn't enough, we're going to look to phase 2, which is to reduce our discretionary spending. And then phase 3, we would reduce appropriate cash funded capital projects. If you'll note that this response looks very similar to what we had back in March and April, what we implemented. The only thing that we're doing differently this year is we are not freezing positions from being hired. Mayor, I'll pause there if anybody has any questions on this.
Thank you, Mr. Kostovich. Council comments or questions? Go ahead and speak up. I can't see everyone, so if you've got a comment or question, please speak up. Okay, please continue, Mr. Kostovich.
All right, Mayor. So as I mentioned, this was a cautionary tale at this point. Going to look into a little bit more of the in-depth analysis that we've been doing. So, before about a year ago, we started looking at this, and we were noticing that we didn't have a lot of data and information behind the numbers that we were seeing. So forecasting in a big cloud is very, very difficult. So we do have some software now that it does our analysis, and it allows us to perform analysis based upon the industries and sub-industries and the collections that we're getting on our sales taxes. So we get a little bit better picture of what's actually happening to our numbers. So on these, you're going to see a very wavy orange line. That's our actual month over month collections. And then the blue line is the 12-month rolling average. The 12-month rolling average is really what we use to notice and identify trends in our sales tax collections. Month over month, you have too much seasonality, too much variances in the different entities that are paying in. You have monthly filers, quarterly filers. So really seeing that 12-month rolling average helps us to identify trends. So what you're going to see is overall, in the past year, from November of 2019 to November of 20, we are increasing about 2.3%. That's $145,000 per month over that time period. So we are still going in the right direction. There's just some sub-industries that are pulling us down. Some industries are bringing us up. So we'll go into that real quick and look at October and November of 2019 collections versus October and November of 2020 collections. And really these on the pie graphs are the industries that we are that remit collections and remit sales tax into the city of Lubbock. So year over year, what you're going to notice is retail has picked up a larger portion of our pie. That's really due to a decrease of just over 2% in general services and almost another 2% in professional services. What we're going to do today is really focus on the 75% portion. Those are our three largest: retail, general services, and food. So I want to jump into those and break those down for you just a little bit more. And on the retail industry, what you're going to see is retail has been accelerating quite significantly over the last 12 months. So really, we started with $3.02 million in collections on the average month. In November of 20, 1 year later, we're up just over $223,000 per month more than that. That's a 7.4% increase. That is, and you can see the 3.06 million, a slight decrease in April when the coronavirus really hit, and we had to take actions on that to try to mitigate the COVID-19 effect. I'm going to break retail into their sub-industries to really show what's actually driving this. And our biggest collector is your general merchandise stores. And notice that there really is no big difference, no big change in this. It does show slightly down, but only about $2,000. And this does come back up. It does go down. So it really floats at this level year over year. What you do see and what you have seen over the last few months is an increase in both your building materials and some miscellaneous retail stores. Those have driven some increases in this retail industry. You do see the clothing and accessory stores here in Lubbock. They have declined year over year, and that really is led by the drop starting in March and April, and they've continued to drop ever since. But what you do see is a very, very large increase, $154,000 per month increase in our non-store retailers. Those are your online sales that are coming back to the city of Lubbock. All right, our second largest is our food industry, and food, I want to note, does not include grocery stores. This is mostly your restaurants, but also lumps in some drinking establishments, i.e. your breweries, your wine rooms, your bars. But overall, your restaurants do make up probably about 95 to 96% of the total collections in this industry. And what you'll see is we did have a large increase until the beginning of 2020, and about the January, February time frame, we peaked, and we have been on a steady decline ever since. We did pop back up in September, but now we're back down to where we were in April of 2020. Taking our food and our restaurants and breaking those apart, you're going to see a bifurcation right here in the types of food industries and the type of restaurants. So overall, the limited service restaurants, which are your real fast food, your fast casuals, those dining establishments have continued to increase, and they've really taken off over the last few months. But what you do see is the effects of what has happened with COVID-19 and the sharp decrease in March and then April and ever since on our full service restaurants. Mayor, Council, moving next to general services industry. Let me clarify this. The general services typically includes your utilities, construction, your personnel services, repairs, maintenance facilities, waste management services, and rental services. So that's what is included in your general services. Now, this one is a little bit different than the other two that we've looked at in the past. It does look like and appear as if we are decreasing. But if we go into the details behind this, I'm going to say there's one really good driver, one that is weighing us down, and then there's one exception. So construction has been increasing. You know, our collections and remittances from construction has increased about 7%. That's $14,000 per month. But that's been offset by a decline in rental services. Now, this is not real estate rental. This is mostly your machinery and equipment, generally related to construction or transportation industries. The personal services, we had a very, very sharp increase at the end of 2019. This was really due to one temporary company that had set up shop in Lubbock and was collecting and remitting for a project that they were working on. This was related to the solar panel industry. And then once they discontinued their operations here in Lubbock, that average stayed up. But I think what you're really seeing right now is personal services, has really normalized to where it has been in the past. So I don't think there's really a bad tail here. I don't think there's any worry. I think this is just the effect of a one-time remittance by one company. So Mayor, Council, I'm going to stop there, and I'll take any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Koslich. Mr. Atkinson, do you want to make comments before we open it up to questions?
No, nothing in detail, just really wanted to be sure the council understood what we're really waiting for is the December number. Also that we have in place measures that can be activated immediately if needed. We are not activating them today, but we will know early in February if it's time to do so.
Mr. Koslich, do you think there's any chance that, well, maybe I should ask the question a different way. What kind of assumptions did you make this year for the growth that we received last year from internet sales? I mean, so because that was a one-time pickup year over year. Now it's just the growth, right? So what maybe did you figure that at the same percentage growth as you did everything else, or did you factor that down any or up?
Well, let me say we knew that we felt like there was going to be more. We didn't have a full set of data on this at that time when we were doing this analysis last year. So really at that point, we were truly trying to estimate a general breakdown of what the sales tax looked like within the city of Lubbock. So this level of detail by industry, by sub-industry, we've only had for about the last 4 or 5 months.
Okay. Thank you.
Just would remind council not all of the rules have been finished as it relates to the collection and distribution of the online sales tax. It is part of your legislative agenda. And we do have expectations that what the comptroller proposed in rule that ultimately did not go through will actually come back in the form of bills that would put it into law. So it's working, and we think it can work better depending on some legislative adjustments.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Atkinson. That's a good point. That the rules for destination based, those haven't even gone into effect yet. So what we're seeing is simply truly an organic growth in online retail.
Okay, Ms. Joy.
Just reminding everyone that that's called the Wayfair bill, and it does have some limitations. It's applicable to businesses of 500,000 or more. Is that right, Mr. Atkinson?
Gross revenue, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, which bothers me because our small businesses here locally, they pay sales tax. And so I feel like on our agenda that some of these other businesses that are out of state that do business here should be paying sales tax just as well, even though they may be 500,000 or less. Just my thought.
And that also is included in the city's legislative package. We'll watch that.
Thank you, Ms. Joy, Mr. Atkinson. Other questions, comments? Okay, thanks for the update, Blue. We'll watch closely. I think as we continue to try to get our feet completely underneath us, we could have some ups and downs, but we certainly saw that as a potential when we approved the budget in the fall, and in no way do I think we got out ahead of our skis. Okay. All right. The last item for work session today is item 2.4. This is a follow-up to our council priorities meeting the middle of November related to charter amendments and related issues. Council, you'll recall that there were a number of items that we talked about at our planning meeting that we'll get updates from staff. Next meeting, we will see, hopefully, I think we'll see next meeting a report from our future needs work group, which is led by Mr. Griffith, and he's joined by Ms. Patterson Harris and Ms. Joy on that group. They've been working very diligently, and based upon a brief conversation I had with Mr. Griffith last week, late last week, he hopes to be able to bring that to us at our meeting on the 9th. Today, we're getting an update from staff on items related to the city charter and potential amendments and issues related to that. So I know that I think I'll go to Mr. Atkinson. Jared?
Thank you, Mayor. If the council's ready, we'll jump right in. We'll go ahead and get the screen share to start here. Well, okay, council, is this on your screen?
Yes, sir. We got it. We have it.
Okay, thank you. So we'll go ahead and jump in. Council, each of you received an additional emailed copy of the charter. When I get into the actual recommendations, I'll be able to call out page numbers that will direct you to that. But just as a reminder, and this is largely reprinted from what we did during the council priority sessions, your city charter is what established Lubbock as a home rule city. And it, in effect, is the constitution of the city. We have one of the older charters in the state. This one adopted on December 27th, 1917. The charter has generally been amended only rarely. And in fact, the most recent amendment to the charter was in 2004. And that was where you had the new language put in for Lubbock Power and Light, the creation of the Electric Utility Board, and a few of those items. Just another reminder, the provisions of your charter always prevail unless they are superseded by state or federal law. Now, due to the age of our charter, and because it has been amended very infrequently, we do have a number of such circumstances where that is the case. If the discussion is about charter amendments, remember that the council cannot amend the charter. Rather, the council would call an election and present amendments to the voters of the city. So council will take your discussion today, and if there are any items on which you ask us to move forward, we will work together with the legal department, city secretary's office, and we'll actually start putting language together for further review. But even at the time that such might come back to you, that is really all in anticipation of an election rather than an ultimate vote by the council. Only the voters can change. You do see on here that you have to amend the charter or propose an amendment only on uniform election days, and there are only 2 uniform election days available to you. There are significant legal requirements, and of course, these are the items that we would prepare between here and such a future discussion if you ask us to move forward. Charter amendments, each amendment is limited to only one subject, and each one is a yes or no question. Each proposed amendment will stand on its own, and a voter can approve or disapprove any without having to approve or to disapprove all. So it truly becomes the a la carte or the menu effect. Should there be a charter election, a proposed amendment, and all or some are approved by the voters, it is still not in effect until the council follows the voters' approval by entering into the record a declaration that that amendment is adopted, and then the actual document itself later is updated or adjusted to reflect that. The bold text at the bottom is just a reminder. The Texas Local Government Code and the Texas Constitution both speak to altering, amending, or repealing charters, and the takeaway is no charter shall be altered, amended, or repealed more than once every 2 years. So you can only do a charter amendment election every 2 years. We're about to move into the actual proposals. So we will present this list for your discussion. Just as we came to you back in November, this is largely based on the 2010 Charter Review Committee and their report. It's very detailed, very well done effort. City attorney and the city secretary offices since have worked through that. There are several cleanup items that will be identified today. Often this is because of changes in governing law, or because our language in our charter is simply out of date. There are a couple of new items that we'll present to you today. Some of those are updates. At least one of those, as it references your municipal auditorium Coliseum, is because conditions have changed and a piece is no longer necessarily needed. So we'll start here. This list does come out of the 2010 report. And these first 7 items are all offered strictly to get our charter language to conform to current state law. So bullet point number 1 is Article 2, Section 15. You'll find that on page 6 of your charter document if you're following along. This is in reference to street powers and assessments. This is actually a somewhat lengthy piece of your existing code, and it talks about the dominion, the control, the jurisdiction in and over your streets, avenues, alleys, highways, etc. Talks about the authorities to fill, to widen, to raise, to grade, various things, but it really gets in great detail into assessment paving and the terms of payment and how liens are done. Basically, it's several pages of process. There have been significant updates in the state law about how this actually works today. It's not a very common tool, but it is a good tool to have. And we would suggest that if this is an item that interests the council, you could make this section much more straightforward, much cleaner and easier to read, and really tie it back to state law. Because as we all know today, state law moves and changes much faster than does our charter. And if the charter is in conflict, we're following state law regardless of what the charter says. Mayor, would you like me to stop at each one of those and maybe take any guidance that the council may have?
Council, how do you want to handle that? Why don't you just keep going then, Jarrett?
Yes, sir. So bullet point number 2 will appear on page 23 of your charter document. This is a section within the charter that talks about, quote, the duty to pay occupation tax. Of course, it's all pegged back to 1918. It's got what today is kind of interesting language about fines, only in the sum of $10, items like that. Many of what would have fit in this years ago is not actually the purview of the city. Some of it still is, but it was a very prescriptive section of the charter. Talks about using the police department to enforce occupation taxes, who and only whom can issue receipts, and items such as that. So again, much of this superseded by state law. A simple cleanup to it would bring it into a reference that we follow the state law as the state law may be amended. I'll take you now to bullet point number 3, which is the issuance of bonds. We've had a report on bonds today. This begins on page 25. We're going to suggest that this one be considered for revision and again to tie directly to state law. I'll give you one example that's in here. It's on the top of page 26, section 5, advertisement before sale of. No bond shall be sold until sale has been advertised in a newspaper once per week for a period of 30 days. That is actually something that stands in greater restriction than state law. So we think there's an easy way to bring this into compliance, both with current state law and state law in the future as it might be amended. Bullet point number 4 is going to take you to page 2. So all the way back at the front, this is in reference to annexation. If you're following that page, it's actually titled Extension of Boundaries. It is what you know today as annexation. Council, you're well aware that annexation is 100% now controlled by state law. And we have very limited, if any, annexation authority on city initiated items. And this should be adjusted to read per state law as such may be amended. The next one, is going to be bullet number 5. It is on page 11 of your charter document. This is Article 2, Section 18. This is franchises for the use of streets, and it's just exactly what it would say. How do we allow those other utilities to be in the streets or the alleyways, et cetera, to do their work? This also is an area at which state law has evolved very quickly. So if you reference things such as what's in your charter, it talks about telegraphs. We have very little demand for telegraph services, but it does talk about telephones and others. So telephone franchises, or telecom is what we would call them today. We no longer have the right to franchise that. That is actually controlled and set by the state government. But today we have other utilities that are in our rights of way that were not contemplated at such time as this section was written. So again, bring this one into conformance with state law as such may be amended. Your next one after that talks about public works improvement. It is on the next page. It's on page 12, section 19. This has got a unique structure in it that talks about how you would acquire, in effect, how you would acquire right-of-way, the special commissioner's court of the county, how such would be ultimately assessed and paid back. So at this point, that's likely to be one that has been completely superseded by other elements of the law, and as such would be a good and easy adjustment. Your next one, bullet point number 7, refers to Article 9, Section 6, 6A, and 8. This is referring to your election law. It is on page 27. So it begins on 27 and it carries over to page 28. Council, we've had several discussions about this as we've had some recent petition and initiative efforts. So largely, this section has also been changed. Reference to you that your charter calls out your election day is the first Saturday of May of every even numbered year. In accordance, we would not want to change that, but there are other references to special elections and when you may call them. Your charter says you can call them following a local process only. State law says no, you cannot do it in such fashion. So bring this into what you've got in state law, which is what you actually follow today anyway. Opportunity to let the charter reflect that. Let me move to the next one. So we're still on the 2010 report. Page 32 is bullet point number 8. This is in reference to salaries. So this is section 23. And it talks about the council fixing and determining. It talks about the city auditor, which is a position that no longer exists. It talks about warrants being signed by the mayor, attested to by the city secretary. Of course, you have alternates there if they're not available. It's interesting, that was amended in April 6th of 1948, but not since then. This is not how state law works today, nor the practice for administering the city. Article number 9 is also in Article 9. This talks about audit. It's also on page 32. The actual title of this section is Audit and Examination. This was last changed in 1930. So this talks about what we have to do for the audit, what we have to do in the charter versus state law are different. State law is much more detailed. We also have the requirements for your Single Audit Act and many other provisions that have been added by state or federal law since 1930. So also an easy one, we believe, to bring into the current requirements. If you'll just turn one more page to page 33, that will take you to bullet point number 10. This is about contracts and bidding. Probably a good time, and maybe I should have said this earlier. Your charter was extremely, extremely well written for its day. It was very well done. It contained a lot of provisions and procedures that were uniquely local because state law often was silent, or if it wasn't silent, it was not very detailed. Fast forward to today, in 2021, state law has really run farther and faster than the charters have. and are much more prescriptive. As it relates to contracts and bidding, state law does have other legal delivery methods now for contracts. We'd like to get all these to adjust and to match. So leave that one. Go to your next bullet point, which is bullet point 11. This will be on pages 12 and page 13. This is talking about provisions related to the police powers and to the nuisances. Section 20 that is called out there is talking about altering streets, obstructions, encroachments, etc. That's actually the title of that. It's interesting. It talks about still working on streets by sprinkling the streets. Section 23, peace and good order. Police powers, nuisances, controls over. This is also a very long and detailed section. Refers to everything from animals running at large, prohibition of signers, peddlers licenses, how to regulate a vehicle for hire, sanitary sewers and required connections thereof. Again, many of these provisions, state law or various regulations, which we're bound to follow because of our public utilities, have moved past that. Number 12 is in Article 2, Section 13. You'll find that on page 6 of your charter. This is the right to operate the public utility. This one just really needs to be updated. If you read its title in the document, it is exclusive right to operate and maintain a public utility required. And it talks about the city acquiring in different methods, purchases, gifts, devise, deeds, condemnations, or otherwise, a waterworks, an electric light or a power system, a gas system, a railway system, a telephone system, or other public service utility. If such is serving the inhabitants of said city, the right to operate and maintain such shall be exclusive. So this is just one that we need to update a little bit, not necessarily a law change that goes with it. These first 12, Mayor and Council, again, are out of that 2010 Charter Review Committee and their resulting report. We do have some new items that have been brought forward. The first one is proposed amendments on your recall, initiative, and referendum language. You'll find this beginning on page 17. Again, this is one that we've seen in action here lately. It begins on page 17 and it carries forward through page 21. The process that is defined within is somewhat difficult to track and to follow, especially when our citizens are the ones that are making the call to use this to get an item either in front of the council or ultimately in front of the voters. There are cleaner and better ways to do that. The various percentages and who signs what and when, those should be adjusted to what's in the state law. Again, because your state law is likely to change more so than your charter. You do have election procedures in here that need to be updated. One, again, are your election languages, your election deadlines that are in the charter that do not match the state's uniform election dates. And again, that state law is prevailing and ruling. So having something inconsistent in the charter at best is confusing to our residents. There's also some ballot language wording in here that could also be updated and just made simpler, better and easier for people to use. Interesting one that was identified as part of this work is on page 30. So I'm on bullet point number 2. This is related to the passage of ordinances. It is section 16 of Article 9. The heading as written is ordinance enactment, readings required, subject of. This is original language. This is 1917 language. This is requiring very specifically how an ordinance is written, how it is stated, how appropriations are written. But we have an opportunity to clarify this, that you could pass ordinances in one read unless state law requires otherwise. So any ordinance that is carries with it a penalty, what's called a penal ordinance, those will always require 2 readings and postings and publications thereof. But your normal course of business items that are done by ordinance could be done in 1 reading unless the state law says otherwise. The way it's written right now, it says no ordinance unless shall be declared to be an emergency and passed by a unanimous vote of the council shall be passed on the day on which it shall be introduced. So it's actually a requirement for the 2 reads unless you meet other restrictions. Moving on to the next one. This is bullet point number 3 on your new items. This is referencing the Municipal Auditorium Coliseum. You had a charter provision that very clearly defined taking that to the voters before it could be abandoned. And of course, it now has been, and it has been demolished. Therefore, that charter provision would be deleted. It no longer stands a purpose as there is no longer a Municipal Auditorium Coliseum. The final item are amendments related to the actual city council. We're going to present these for discussion. 2 items that were brought up in your council planning sessions, the first being compensation. You find that in Article 9, Section 14, and then term, which is Article 9, Section 1. Council, I'm going to put that entire spreadsheet on the screen. It is somewhat difficult to see when we got it all on there. You each have that as a standalone PDF document that was sent to you right before the meeting. Might be easier to follow on that. This is the document that we presented back in November. However, we have gone back and added additional information. So what you see here are the top 25 cities by population in the state of Texas. It also has a new column that indicates the form of government for the particular city. So you'll see 2 rows. They're supposed to be italicized. It didn't carry over. Allow me to highlight them for you. Houston, which is the top line. Houston is a strong mayor form of government. And then if you come down to Pasadena, Texas is also a strong mayor form of government. The other 23 cities listed on this chart will all be council manager forms of government. So the document starts with the city name, the population of the city. We then have the mayoral salary, both by year and by month, council member salary by year, by month, and then the term of the mayor, the term of the council. You see Lubbock in the middle there. And again, my apologies for the formatting, not carrying itself across, but if you look on your standalone document, you'll be able to more easily pick that out. The bottom of the page is some of the mathematics associated with this. So a question that we were asked, what's the average salary in Texas for a mayor? The average is $20,923. I'm not sure that's a very beneficial metric. You can look at the cities of Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, El Paso, Laredo. Those are somewhat unusually large numbers. We've also then calculated the median. So as many of these that are above as are below the line. The median number is 6,900. And we've listed Lubbock on the bottom row, which of course is 900. For the council member, you have the average of 14,166. You do have that same list of cities that I called out that seem to have quite a bit larger numbers. And then you see the median for the councils at 3,600. And you see Lubbock's at 300. With that, I would stop, Mayor, and entertain any questions or discussion from the council.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atkinson. Let's start with Mr. Chidas. Juan?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Atkinson, good report. I'm interested in the compensation and attendance. Of course, attendance definitely has got to be changed out. I'm interested in the compensation because I can see us, the city council, opening up to the general public, making it more accessible, if you will, by changing that $300 a month to something more reasonable. And I say reasonable, I don't need to make this a full-time job because I believe the median income here in Lubbock is around 55,000, I believe. No, I wouldn't think of doing something like that. What I would like to see is the council salary, maybe around $1,000. And the reason for that, it'd be more of a compensation for when John Q. Public cannot afford to run for city council because you can survive on $300 a month as a stipend, if you will. And if we were to make it $1,000, I think that would be more reasonable or would invite more people to run for office. Because looking at the demographics at our current city council people, we've got I think it's 3.5 people that are retired. We've got 3-4 people that are very well off with their private businesses. And that kind of sends the wrong, I don't say the wrong message. The message here right now is if you can't afford to run for city council on the $300 a year, bad luck. This way, at least if that person were to decide to run for office, and because I use the term punch the clock, the employer may very well say, hey, you can run for office, but you're not going to get paid for the time you're away from your job. Well, that $1,000 a month might be able to set off or offset the monies that may be lost because they had to be off the clock when he came to City Hall for meetings, out in the public with different people. And I know the conversation has been, well, let's manage better your time. Well, unfortunately, if you're punching the clock to earn a wage, you don't have that option. So that would be my selling point to the general public, to the working public. We're trying to make this city government actually affordable or attainable, I guess would be the right word. Because we're making it more, I lose the word, not enticing, but at least it would help financially is that's the way I look at it. I would definitely like to take a deeper look into this. Thank you, Mayor. Are any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chavez. Let's see what other comments or questions, council. Not everybody at once. Ms. Patterson Harris.
I'll jump in here. I definitely see where Mr. Chavez is coming from, and it is definitely a concern for me, especially with the individuals who actually live within the area of District 2. Most of the individuals that find themselves there are your working public, or they're not as likely to be business owners and be able to take themselves or allow themselves to be away from the workplace on a regular basis. I have to speak on a personal level. I wouldn't be here had I not retired. I work in a industry, I'll call it that, with an organization that required you to be there working with the families, and it would be quite difficult to get away. I think that the pool of candidates would shift for the most part. And then when I say shift, they might be younger, let's put it that way, and just be forthcoming with it. Because I'll state again, had I not retired, I would not find myself in this position. I may have had the desire, but having the ability is something completely different. I think it's something that we need to look at. I think it's something that we need to afford an opportunity for other people that fit more than just two categories. So I am very open to having that conversation and looking to see how we might be able to make this work.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Mr. Griffith, anything from you?
Thank you, Mayor. I haven't spent a lot of time on this. I appreciate the data that Mr. Atkinson has brought us on it. I see both sides of the coin. We do get I've had people tell me, I've said this repeatedly, but I've had people tell me I'm not worth my $25 a month. And there's a few times that, you know, somebody asked me yesterday, how much time does it take? And I said, between 30 and 40 hours a week. A lot of times. I know, Mayor, in your case, your spot, it takes greater than that. So I do see, I understand where both previous council members have spoke, and I understand that. And youth is wonderful to bring we need youth. There's no doubt about it. So I'm in favor of that. I don't know how to get there. I don't know what would be appropriate. So I'm not just running around the table here, but I haven't really made a decision. I also believe that I took this job knowing good and well that it was public service.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. You know that what they say about youth, right? It's wasted. It's wasted on the young. Yeah. Mr. Christian.
I've got mixed feelings about this as well too, and I'm going to get a little, maybe a little philosophical on this, and then in regards to who would be willing to run, and what are their qualifications, what are their motivations, and what are their skill sets to be a councilman or a council lady, whether it's $25 a month or $25,000 a month. And I'm not suggesting it's 25,000. But regardless of what that sum is, I think at the end of the day, people's qualifications and their desires and their wants in regards to Mr. Griffith's public service is going to filter down to the top or the bottom, whichever you want to categorize this. So I'm open for further discussion on some sort of, a higher compensation, but I would not be at all in favor of like what our counterparts on the county side of our local government would be. And that's just my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Ms. Joy, I guess you don't have anything to add to this?
I just think I want to let it play out with the committee when they bring it back to us. Mr. Griffith is correct. It's easy to see both sides of this issue, but ultimately it comes down to public service.
What committee are you speaking of, Ms. Joy?
Well, I assume that we're talking about the charter amendment, whoever's leading that, because that's where it would have to be changed.
You're suggesting we would ask a group of citizens to study this and make a recommendation?
I think there needs to be some input other than just from the 7 of us.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to see the charter cleaned up. That to me is the top priority. I think modernizing the charter is the most pressing issue. I could argue both sides of the mayor's term being 2 or 4 years. I think I understand the why it was set up that way originally. I think indexing the pay for council members and mayors, to something that's maybe more appropriate is worth discussion. I would never be supportive of doing that for this council. I think it would have to be prospectively as elections happen in the future. And I think Mr. Chidas makes a really good point. He and I've talked about this at length a couple times, and I think it's certainly not to feather his nest, but I think he looks at it from a perspective of a member and looks at his constituency and sees a challenge in many of them even considering this. And so I think in that regard, it merits conversation. Council, if it pleases you, I would I'd like a couple weeks to talk about this, maybe 2 meetings, but by no later than the end of February, come back to you with a suggestion on a plan for where we go next. I'd be interested before we break this meeting and getting other feedback on Ms. Joy's idea about a citizens advisory committee on this. I know that's how at least the last, help me, Mr. Weaver, the last 2 or 3 or maybe more times than that it's been handled. Like I think it's maybe in our write-up. How many, is that right?
Yeah, the last 2 times I believe that this has been looked at, there has been a citizen committee look at it. The last time being the 2010.
And it was 1992.
And then before that, it was 1992, I'm being told.
I thought we looked at it more than once and didn't do anything. No, it's just once on this, twice on a bond election. Okay, all right, okay. Thank you. Any other feedback before we wrap, council?
I'll say I'd be interested in having citizens definitely involved in taking a look at this and giving us some input as to how to go about it. I keep hearing everybody talking about this public service stuff. I don't know. This is a little bit deeper than just public service, but I think it merits citizens taking a look at it and helping us decide.
Thank you. Mr. Atkinson.
I'd be okay with citizen inputs, however you want to organize that. That I think that makes sense. Maybe some citizens from each district.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Christian. Mr. Atkinson, it looked like you wanted to make a comment.
Y'all actually got to the question I was asking. So the note I have is to plan to be back to the council not later than the February 23 meeting. Just because I know what's coming on the 9th, I would suggest it will be the February 23 meeting with kind of a plan how to go forward. And that plan would be, I've not heard any resistance to the cleanup type items that were presented. So I think that would be a list of topics. And then possibly a discussion on what, if anything, should be proposed relative to the council and to the mayor pay. And I think that's easy to get that put together and get it back. Council, have I misstated anything or anything you wish to add or change?
I think that's a good summary, Mr. Atkinson. Council, there's Mr. Griffith, and then I have one final comment. Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Atkinson, is the city charter document, is it on our website?
I believe, and Becky will jump in, I believe it's actually linked back to Franklin Publishing, which is the official keeper of the document.
That is correct. It's
We
on our
do have,
website. Our code of ordinances, it's on our website. It's the first document there.
It is, okay.
and we have those PDF copies that were provided to the council that could easily be provided to anyone who was interested.
Thank you. I think that's something that citizens may want to look at. It is interesting because of the age of the document and because of how it has been amended over the years, over many decades. There may be people out there that would be very interested in this. So I'd encourage folks to take a look at it. Some of it you might get a giggle out of.
It's an interesting history of language.
Yeah. It's searchable too online, so it makes it a little easier than this document we worked with.
That is. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, council, I have one thing, I have a bit of homework for you between now and in the next month. Consider a citizen that you might want to serve. Maybe more importantly, consider whether or not you're committed to, if a citizens group brings us a recommendation, that you're willing to seriously consider it. Because I don't want to, I just think if we're going to ask them to do the work, we need to be ready to adopt it and take it to the voters for a charter election. I'd rather stop the train now before we get it started. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, is that citizen or citizens?
I think
And maybe 2 per district.
that's awful big. That's 14, 15, maybe if the mayor got a third for tiebreakers that maybe pick the chair. No more than that, but yes, a couple probably. Okay. Okay, Ms. Garza, did I see a note from you saying that we did not have any citizen comments signed up for tonight? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So council, we're going to take a brief recess. We're going to start at 4:45. So let's, I think, about 12 minutes. And we'll do our ceremonial items starting at 4:45 and then go into our meeting. Remember that you need to mute we'll stay in this meeting as we are. Please mute your audio and your video and then come back in at 4:45 and we will get started. Okay. It's 4:33. The Lubbock City Council is taking a brief recess between work session and our regular meeting. Okay, good after, council, welcome back. I believe we have everyone. I'll verify that when we gavel in our regular meeting in a few minutes. It is 4:48, and Lubbock City Council's return to regular session. We're going to take care of our ceremonial items. We'll begin this evening with our invocation. And following our invocation, we'll have the pledges led by the Mayor Pro Tem. Bishop Michael Cleghorn with the Quaker Avenue Church of God is going to do our invocation, offer our invocation this evening. And Mr. Massengale will do the pledges. So if you would, I'll turn the floor over to Pastor Cleghorn. Good evening, sir. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. So see you, man. Haven't seen you in a while. So it's good to see you today and all the council members. And thank you for the privilege. I appreciate it so much.
Thank you.
Are we ready?
Yes, sir. It's your stage.
Okay. Thank you. Our most gracious and Heavenly Father, it is with a heart filled with gratitude that we come before you today. First of all, thank you for your kindness, your mercy, and your protection. We realize that without your help, we would have no hope. But because of you, we receive new mercies every day of our lives. Because of you, we receive strength to face every challenge. Because of you, we walk in blessings and not curses. Because of you, we have a purpose and a future. So, Lord, we realize that in the days and weeks to come, we are going to need you more than we ever have before. So, Lord, we are asking you to stay close to us. Stay close to our wonderful mayor and the distinguished members of our city council, those who serve our city on staff. To all who serve, we pray blessings and protection. We also pray blessings and protection on our first responders, to those who serve the disadvantaged and the shut-ins. And Lord, in all that we do, may we always seek you first for your guidance and direction. As Solomon prayed, may we have a wise and discerning heart. And for that, Lord, we will give you all the thanks and the honor and the praise that you are due. In the beautiful name of Jesus, amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor Cleghorn, or Bishop Cleghorn. Thank you very much. If you can stand, if you're able to stand, please join me in the pledges of allegiance to the United States and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible.
Pastor, once again, thank you for so wonderfully opening our meeting today. Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for those pledges, leading us in those pledges.
Thank you, Mayor.
It is 4:52. I'll call the Lubbock City Council to order. We're in our regularly scheduled meeting. Today is Tuesday, the 26th of January, 2021. We're meeting via video conference today. All 7 members of the Lubbock City Council are present for this meeting. Council, our first item of business is citizen comments. As you know, we're doing that a little bit differently while we do our meetings virtually. We have no citizens that have signed up. Let me just confirm that with the city secretary's office, but I believe we have no citizens that have signed up. Ms. Garza, is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, council, if that's the case, we will now move to item 5 on our agenda. Item number 5 are the minutes from the December 15th, 2020 regular city council meeting. Those minutes were included in our packet, which we received last Thursday evening. In order to begin discussion or consideration, is there a motion?
Move for approval?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Childish. Thank you, Mr. Massengale. Are there additions or corrections to those minutes? Okay. We've got a motion on the floor and a second to approve the minutes as presented. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? The motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll now move to item 6. Item 6 is our consent agenda. Consent agenda is comprised of items considered to be routine and enacted by one motion without separate discussion. If the council desires to discuss an item separately, it is removed from the consent agenda and considered in that method. I don't believe we have any pulls tonight. Let me make certain. I know early on we did. I think some questions got answered, but council, is that correct? Are there any pulls for tonight's meeting? Okay. Seeing none, hearing none, I'll open the floor for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Mr. Griffin?
Move for approval.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second? Thank you, Mr. Childish, for that second. We've got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. All those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed by that like sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, let's move to the regular agenda. The regular agenda is begins with item 7.1. Council, items 7.1, 2, 3, and 4 are zone cases, first reads of cases, which will have a public hearing that will go along with them. I think before we open the floor for a public hearing, it'd be nice to get a briefing on all 4 of those. And it looks like I see Kristen Sager with us tonight. Kristen, welcome back. Haven't seen you do this in a while. I assume you're standing in for Mr. Isom tonight. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So Kristen, I will let you share your screen and we'll go through these one at a time and we'll pause briefly at the end of each one to see if there are any questions. Okay. Council, item 7.1 begins on page 256.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Item 7.1 is zone case 2931D. The applicant is Rod Burgett Homes for the message. The request is to rezone property from Garden Office to High Density Apartment District A2. We sent 23 notifications and did not receive any responses. This is an aerial view of the subject property. It is located west of North Chicago Avenue and north of Auburn Street. The current zoning is Garden Office. There is additional high-density apartment district zoning to the north as well as to the east, with single-family R1 zoning to the west and to the south. The future land use plan designates this property for public, semi-public land uses. Here's a photo of the subject site. The existing building on the property is set back pretty far from North Chicago Avenue, as well as some photos of the surrounding area. The principles outlined in the comprehensive plan designate this area for public, semi-public land uses. So while neither the existing or the requested zoning are in conformance with the future land use map, the proposed zone change is appropriate for this area and does adhere to the principles of the comp plan. It's in conformance with the zoning ordinance and is appropriate adjacent to the other high-density apartment uses that are already established in this area. It's compatible with the surrounding area and will not change the character of the existing development. The zone change will actually bring greater consistency to the surrounding area since there's already other residential zoning, both high density and low density. And since it's along Chicago Avenue and Auburn Street, which are both designated as collectors by the Master Thoroughfare Plan, it is appropriate in this location. Staff recommends approval of the request, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a vote of 9-0. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sager. Council, do you have any questions on 7-1? Okay, Ms. Sager, let's go to 7-2. 7-2 begins on page 269, Council.
Item 7-2 is zone case 3279A. The applicant is AMD Engineering for Primrose Retirement Communities. The request is to rezone property from Garden Office, Transition, and General Retail District C3 to High Density Apartment District A2. We sent 27 notifications and received 2 in favor and 1 in opposition. This is a notification map showing the responses we received. We actually received an additional response in favor that was outside of the 200-foot notification boundary that you can see here to the south. This is an aerial view of the subject property. It is on the east side of Upland Avenue, just south of 98th Street. It borders a residential subdivision to the east, and there is a school on the other side of Upland Avenue to the west. You can see the current zoning is a mix of transition, general retail, and garden office. There is additional C3 zoning and garden office zoning to the north along 98th Street, with low density residential to the east and to the south, with some additional garden office along Upland. The future land use plan designates this area for commercial land uses. And here are some photos of the subject property and surrounding area. This graphic was submitted by the applicant, just showing the area to be rezoned. The principles outlined in the comprehensive plan designate this property for commercial land uses. So the A2 district is the most restrictive district that allows an assisted living facility, which is the applicant's intended use for this property. And so while that doesn't necessarily fit with the commercial land use designation, it is less intense than other uses that would be allowed in that designation. It's in conformance with the zoning ordinance and is appropriate adjacent to the already established residential uses and future commercial uses that we'll see along 98th Street. It is suitable again next to the surrounding properties. And since it's located along Upland Avenue, which is a principal arterial, as an assisted living facility or really any use in the A2 district would be adequately served by this road. Staff recommended approval of this request. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a unanimous vote with 2 conditions: that a 7-foot tall cedar flat top fence must be constructed and maintained along the east and south property lines, and that approval be tied to the proposed site plan. The applicant has already submitted a permit through our building safety department. It has not been approved yet since they don't have the proper zoning in place, but this is the site plan that has been submitted that this approval was tied to. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Ms. Sager?
I forget that.
Ms. Joy?
On those conditions, Ms. Sager, I believe it was with conditions that it's tied to the site plan to be, and that site plan is to be approved by planning and zoning. Is that correct?
I remember during the meeting, there was discussion of requiring the commission to come back and approve the site plan, but then additional discussion from some of the board members felt it was better to go ahead and tie the zone case to the site plan so they wouldn't have to come back to the commission.
I was there. I don't recall that. Was that done during the meeting or at another time?
That was my recollection, that it was done during the meeting. I mean, we can certainly go back and listen to the audio and rewatch that meeting.
I just remember Mr. Wilson was pretty emphatic about it being tied to the site plan and that site plan had to be approved by P&Z. So let's double check that, please.
Sure.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Joyce. Any other questions on item 7.2? Okay, Ms. Sager, please continue. Let's go to item 7.3. It's on page 289.
Item 7.3 is Zone Case 3309-A. The applicant is AMD Engineering for Lubbock Land Company, and the request is to rezone property from single-family residential R1 to two-family residential R2. A total of 13 notifications were sent. We received 1 in favor and 1 in opposition. Here's a map showing the adjacent properties that sent the response 1 in favor and 1 in opposition. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. This is east of Memphis Avenue, south of 114th Street. It is just north of a currently developing single-family residential subdivision. Here's the current zoning. It is currently zoned R1 specific use, the same as the property to the south and to the east. There's some C3 general retail a little further east, and to the northwest, high-density apartment district A2. The future land use map designates this property for low-density residential, along with all the other areas around it. And here are some photos of the subject site and surrounding properties. The principles outlined in the comp plan, again, designate this property for low-density residential. However, the level of intensity of the uses allowed in the R2 district is appropriate for this area because it is a good buffer between the low-density residential to the south and the high-density residential apartment complex currently under construction to the northwest. It's in conformance with the zoning ordinance and is appropriate, again, adjacent to other residential uses. It's compatible with the surrounding area, and the property is suitable for the proposed uses and will not need additional public improvements to support the intensity of uses described in this district. Staff recommended approval, and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by a unanimous vote. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Sager. Questions on 7.3, council? Is that someone has a question? I'm sorry, I hear some background noise. Doesn't appear to be. Okay. Okay, Ms. Sager, let's go to 7.4, please. Council, that begins on page 305.
Item 7.4 is Zone Case 3423. The applicant is Delta Land Surveying for Caprock Communities. The request is to allow a specific use for a mobile home park on property zone transition. We sent 25 notifications and received 0 in favor and 1 in opposition. Here's a map showing the 1 response we did receive in opposition. Here's an aerial view of the subject property. This property is north of Idley Road and just east of North Twinberry Avenue. You can see a portion of the property is already an existing mobile home park. The current zoning is transition along with the majority of the surrounding zoning, with a few properties zoned M1 and M2, light manufacturing and heavy manufacturing to the south. The future land use plan designates this property for low density residential as well as high density residential. And here are some photos of the subject property and surrounding area. Here's a site plan provided by the applicant showing the proposed layout for the entire mobile home park. I will note this site plan shows a density that is a little bit more than what our code currently allows. This shows 12 mobile homes more than what would be allowed by our code. The principles outlined in the comp plan designate this area again for high density and low density residential. The level of intensity for a mobile home park is appropriate in this area and does adhere to the principles of the comp plan and future land use plan. It is in conformance with the zoning ordinance and appropriate adjacent to other residential uses. It is compatible with the surrounding area and will not change the character of the existing development. The proposal is just to expand the mobile home park onto the property immediately west, which is currently vacant. And the property is suitable for the proposed use and has adequate access and public infrastructure. Staff recommended approval and the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval by unanimous vote. And I'd be pleased to answer any questions.
Okay, questions for Ms. Sager?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Patterson Harris.
I have a question. with regard to the design that was submitted, does the proponent know that he has more than is allowed, and is he prepared to submit change in his documents?
Yes, he is aware that this density is more than what our code currently allows. We had a discussion about it because he asked if it would be possible to request a variance. And unfortunately, these regulations are within Chapter 32 of our Code of Ordinances, which the Zoning Board of Adjustment does not have authority over, so he cannot request a variance to the density.
Okay. I don't know if this is a question for him if he's here today. I drove out to that area and I'm trying to see how everything is going to line up, or if he's going to realign the units that he has there.
The applicant is here this evening, and I'm sure he can answer that question.
I'll ask it of him then. I just didn't know who I should ask that question of. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Ms. Sager, the one citizen that's opposed to this, I think that's on maybe page 317. Would you go back to that for a minute? Actually, go to the graphic that yeah, that right here. So that citizen would be on the west side of Twinberry. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So they would have across the street, there would be what would be an open block, like an open lot. And then east of that are mobile homes. But it also looks to me like there's mobile homes along Twinberry too. Is that correct?
That's correct. And so since the request encompasses this vacant property, that is part of the applicant's proposal.
Right.
But yes, per his letter that he sent in, it sounded as if he does have a manufactured home on his property, which he does own, and he owns his property as well.
Okay. I sort of scratching my head a bit about that one. Okay.
So am I. I've got a question, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chattis.
You mentioned that the applicant has 12, is actually out of compliance. It's got too many manufactured homes on site. Was that correct?
On his proposed site plan, once the subject property is completely filled out with manufactured homes.
Okay, the applicant is aware of the number of manufactured homes permitted on the property, correct?
Correct.
Okay, he was okay with that. He understands that if he brings in too many of the manufactured homes, what could possibly happen? Was that explained to him?
Yes, he understands fully, and he, we had a long discussion on if there was anything he could do, and frankly, since the Zoning Board of Adjustment cannot grant a variance to those regulations, it would require an amendment from City Council if the council wanted to change those regulations.
Understood. And the reason I bring that up, because I don't want hear this conversation again in the future. I just want to make sure he understands exactly what's expected of him.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if the hand is working or not. Can you tell?
I see your raised hand, Joe.
Okay.
It appears to be.
I don't see it. Maybe. Okay.
The gentleman who objected does live directly west. He is disabled. And as I think someone indicated he does own the property. There were some accommodations discussed, but I believe that at planning and zoning members understood that he was going to have to get a variance. The owner would have to get a variance from ZBA. That's obviously changed since the planning and zoning meeting, and that concerns me because what was represented there is not true. So does that, if there are 12 more than are allowed in the code, then do we go back to the drawing board and have him to reconfigure this based upon the correct number of mobile homes that are allowed in the code?
Ms. Sager, do you have any comments about that or other members of staff that might have been there at that meeting?
I understand your concern. You know, I think when we require a site plan to be submitted with a specific use case, the intent is to show what the proposal is. I don't know that it's always tied specifically to that site plan, but they are required to meet the regulations. So if the site plan submitted does not meet the regulations, even if the specific use is approved, they cannot do something that will not meet the code. But I would defer to legal whether or not they would require this to go back through the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Mayor, if I may.
Mr. Weaver.
It is correct that they cannot get a variance in this specific instance because you cannot get a variance from the regulations that are regulating the manufactured homes.
Right.
So there is no avenue for a variance. Ms. Sager is correct about that. They would just have to submit proper plans to meet all of our code provisions, including the number and the density that's allowed.
Thank you, Mr. Weaver. Ms. Sager, make your comment about density one more time. The way, I guess it's the way his, because it's certainly within the density requirements today. It's just the site plan would allow for much more density than what's actually there on what's been developed so far. Is that correct?
That's correct. So the code allows 7 homes per acre.
Okay.
The entire site is 17.3 acres, which would allow for 121 homes, and his site plan shows 133.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Council, if there are no more questions, we'll get the public hearings opened. How do you want to handle these, Council? You want to do these public hearings? Looks like the first 3 I know we can do collectively. You want to do those 3 together and then do the public hearing for 7-4 separately? How would you like to handle that?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So let's open the public hearing for items 7-1, 7-2, and 7-3. And I'll invite anyone that would like to speak in opposition to 7-1, 7-2, or 7-3 to please raise your hand to be recognized. Mr. Yearwood, I'm going to need your help on this because we're still looking at in fact, Ms. Sager, for now, let's go ahead and end the screen share and we'll come back to that. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Mayor, thus far, there are no hands raised and there are no dial-in attendees today. So all we had was Mr. Holliday wanting to speak in favor or speak to 7.4.
Okay, we'll get there in a minute. Okay, anyone, let's open it completely up. Anyone that would like to speak in favor or in opposition to items 7-1, 7-2, or 7-3? Mr. Yearwood, do you have anything?
No takers, sir.
Okay. I'll close the public hearing. Council open the floor for a motion to begin considerations of items 7-1, 7-2, and 7-3.
Move for approval.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Chattis. Council, discussion on the motion to approve items 7-1, 7-2, and 7-3, or questions for staff, I guess. Okay, all those in favor?
The hands, Mr. Mayor, my hand is up.
I can't see your hand up, so I don't know. Maybe maybe mine doesn't recognize your hand, Latrell. I'm sorry.
It's
Ms.
in
Joy.
the upper left-hand corner.
No, I don't see it. I have to get somebody in here to coach me up. Keep Ms. Joy.
Okay, on 7.2, I think we need to talk about it. I think most of us on council may be aware that we have not been allowing, or we have not been, well, I think allowing conditions to be added to the zone changes. This is the first case in several years that we have, that planning and zoning has been advised by legal that they can place conditions. This is a retirement community, but it is in an A2. They were asking for A2. And so as a result of that legal opinion, planning and zoning will now be able to place conditions on these requests. And that's why you are seeing the conditions that are listed, that being a 7-foot fence. And I believe there were some other representations made about the height of the buildings that are on the exterior of the retirement community. So in case anyone is asking or paying attention, I think we all need to know that now is possible. And this case has in fact imposed conditions on the owners to the extent that they were approved by planning and zoning. And that's why it was approved, based on the conditions.
Mr. Weaver, you want to add to that?
I would just say the councilwoman is correct. There is Texas Supreme Court authority. If a council finds that it's in the public interest to put conditions or requirements, they are allowed to do so. And there is language in our zoning code that also allows for it.
I guess, Mr. Weaver, I'm not sure I understand, because I thought we went through a rather lengthy process, and help me, Ms. Joy, Mr. Griffith, at middle of 2018, maybe starting like early 2018, and there was a comment at a P&Z meeting. Don't I recall that? Am I recalling something wrong?
Mayor, if I might.
Please.
Yes, that had to do with the use of a strike list, striking out certain uses and leaving other uses remaining. That's a separate and apart issue from an issue of putting a requirement or a condition on a piece of property in the public interest. So this is not a strike list issue. This is a different issue.
I got you. Thank you for that. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sager, yes.
Ms. McCachran was kind enough to review the P&Z recording during our discussion to verify the condition regarding the site plan. And she said that it was just tied to the site plan and it is not required to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for approval.
Thank you. Ms. Joy, I know now why I couldn't see your hand up. I'm not the meeting host, so I can't, I don't see that. So that's why I couldn't see your hand being up. Apologies.
It's okay. It's a nice feature if it works.
Yeah, I think Mr. Yearwood, maybe it'll make me a co-host, and if
Yeah.
that's the case, then I could maybe see your hand being raised. Okay. Further comments or questions? Ms. Joy, does that do those answers satisfy your concerns?
Yes. Now that they've confirmed it does not have to return to planning and zoning, and the fact that they were satisfied with the conditions, because there were objections to this zone change.
Right. Okay. Further comments or questions, council? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the first reading of items 7.1, 7.2, and 7.3. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed by the same sign. That motion carries 7-0. Okay, we'll now move to item 7.4. It's on page 305. I'm going to open the public hearing for item 7.4. I'll ask anyone that would like to speak in opposition to please raise your hand. Mr. Yearwood, I'm going to ask you to help me with this, please.
There are none to speak in opposition, sir.
Okay. Let's go to any in favor of item 7.4.
And we have Mr. Ben Halliday ready to speak.
Okay, Mr. Halliday, looks like he's joined us. You promoted him. Mr. Halliday, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for having me and thank you for the time. Here representing the ownership group of Lone Star Manufactured Housing Community. We acquired the company or the property in 2017 in partnership with the Fuller family, who's in their third generation of ownership of the community. Lone Star was first built in the 1960s. It's been operating since. When we found it in 2017, it was in pretty rough shape. There was about 17 families living there, a lot of abandoned trailers and a lot of debris just laying around, including some pretty rough infrastructure. So we spent the last couple of years rebuilding. We took out all the old abandoned trailers. We took out all the old trash. We brought in brand new homes. We've improved the plumbing and sewer infrastructure to make sure it works for our residents. And I think we built a lot of pride in our community there. And we're quite proud of it ourselves now. We have been building within the existing grandfathered infrastructure since that time in close partnership with the city. We greatly have appreciated your support as we've revitalized this area. What we brought to you today is our hope to expand our community to 133 spaces as designed. I want you to know that we absolutely hear you on the restrictions of our zoning code. Our intention following P&Z was to file a ZBA to ask for a variance for the density. The reason we were asking for the variance for the density is that the code as written at 7 per acre states that it does so to allow for interior streets and other items. The streets that surround our community or that are used as interior streets for this area are actually city dedicated streets. So our view in wanting to go for a variance was that if we asked for it, we would be within the spirit of the code following our density. But knowing now that we don't have an option for that, we'll adjust our plan accordingly to go to.
I believe that we've muted, Mr. Halliday's been muted. Mark, can you take him off mute, please?
Here, I'm off mute now.
Okay, you continue, please, sir.
Okay. So that's what we had planned to do. We just had learned this past week through the help of staff of the inability to go to ZBA. And that's why our site plan had not been updated for you yet. We have no intention to do anything outside of code.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Halliday. Stay close. Once we close the public hearing, I think we'll probably have some questions for you. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yearwood, has anyone else made indication that they would like to speak in favor or in opposition to item 7.4?
No, sir, no other requests.
Going one more time. Any proponents or opponents? Okay, we'll close the public hearing on item 7.4. Council, to begin discussion, is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Okay, let's go. Ms. Patterson Harris, you want to start here? This is, you have a question here? Look like you leaned up like you did. If not, I got a question. So.
No, I'm just leaning, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, all right, okay. Latrell, why don't you go first, I have a question for Ms. Halliday.
Okay, well, Mr. Halliday shared other information with planning and zoning. First of all, he and his company have, I believe, paved Ursuline. Is that correct, Mr. Halliday? I don't see him.
Let's take Mr. Halliday off mute, please, Mark.
Yeah.
Yes, we did. In March of this year, the city allowed us to chip seal, basically resurface city streets at our cost to improve the access points to our community.
And then in your plan, at least you told planning and zoning that you also intended to pave Twinberry that borders the western part of your addition, correct?
Yes, we will extend the pavement plan on East Rice, extend it on Ursuline, and pave all of Twinberry.
And Twinberry is the street that runs in front of the young man who objected to the zone change, correct?
That is correct. And he and I spoke again today, and he was looking forward to that being done.
You also have some plans for the western border. I believe it had something to do with where you're going to place the homes and the fencing. Can you tell us about that?
I'm not sure I completely follow, but I'll try, and please correct me if I'm going in the wrong direction. But yes, so in that western field there, it's approximately 4 acres. It's been a part of this community since its development, but has remained undeveloped ever since. And our idea was to expand our community into that as its natural progression, add another 42 spaces there in the same layout, similar to how the existing community is laid out. So these would be, the homes would look exactly like they do in the older part of the community.
Were you going to construct a fence on the west side of your development, the one that borders Twinberry?
Well, we have talked about fencing in the past, and we have fenced from what we believe all of what we were allowed to. Happy to be corrected on this. Our eastern border has a privacy fence. Our northern, western, and southern border are all along public roads, city streets. And so we haven't felt that we've been able to put up a true screening fence along those roads.
So what will the gentleman who lives across the road from that, what will he see when he looks across Twinberry?
Across the road, he'd see his neighbor, one of our residents that would own a brand new manufactured home that would be across the street from him and be his new neighbor.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
Yes, sir. You, Mr. Halliday, you were just stating that the gentleman would see his neighbors across the street in a brand new manufactured home. Are you requiring certain build times, or as far as when these manufactured homes were built to come onto the property?
Yeah, that's our intention. And we're partnering with local Lubbock dealerships to bring in modern, new manufactured, typically 3-bedroom, 2-bath homes. And that's our intention for this area. We plan to, these are larger than average size lots as designed in our site plan, off-street parking, and all new infrastructure and utilities, and hoping that those will be all new homes. Yep.
Are there some additional requirements you're placing on those individuals who are there who have not updated their structures?
As best we can and within reason, understanding everybody's circumstance. But yeah, we've spent the past 3 years helping everybody bring up the quality of their lives, their homes. Asking that homes be properly skirted, have safe stairs and steps and porches, that all be kept in good condition, that, we take things off the roof that shouldn't be there, and just really trying to clean it up and upgrade quality of life in our community. It's came a long way.
Thank you.
And we've also submitted to Planning and Zoning a video that kind of details the history of our community, where it's been and where it is now. It is available to be viewed. It's about 3 minutes. Welcome to play it if you'd like.
I'd like to see it. I think you mentioned your partners with the Fuller family. Tell me about that and what we're talking about. Sean Fuller, is that who you're talking about?
No, sir. Not at all related to Sean Fuller. This is Virginia Fuller, who recently passed away, unfortunately last month. She and our company partnered in 2017. She had inherited this from her father in the late 80s, I believe. And she had run it as best she could from Dallas. And it had over time had a couple of unfortunate circumstances, a failed sale, and it sort of declined over time. She brought us in, and she is a joint partner, silent partner. Now her heirs are silent partner of ours. And their mandate to us was, hey, to bring this community back to what her father built it to be.
That's great. That's great. Okay. Well, we have another Fuller that's in this business that operates up on the north side of town that sometimes we have
yes, sir.
We have some challenges with. So let's see that video. We have time. We have time. I'd like, Kristen, can you run that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Thanks. All right.
Caprock Communities is pleased to present the Lone Star Community, a family-friendly land lease neighborhood in Northeast Lubbock. The community was established in the 1960s at a time when mobile home parks were a modern vision of the future. And for decades, the area was home to a group of tight-knit Lubbock families who enjoyed a strong sense of community. In more recent times, however, a series of unfortunate events led to the community's steep decline and deep disrepair.
There was like a lot of abandoned homes. It didn't really look too good because of the way they were.
It was pretty good at first, but there was a lot of trailers that were dead. You know, there was a bunch of them. And the roads were bad, the plumbing was bad. When you called in, they really didn't care. It was pretty rough.
Caprock Communities was established in 2016 to develop communities that families love to call home, providing an obtainable path to home ownership and the foundations for family success. In late 2017, Caprock partnered with the second and third generation of the original developer's family, and so began the area's revitalization. Today, East Lubbock benefits from over 70 families that call the renewed Lone Star home, welcoming on average 2 new neighbors a month.
Of course, everybody's like, you know, groaning and moaning, the rent up. And I'm like, I didn't mind paying more rent if there was improvements. So you just kind of got to wait and see if there's going to be more improvements. But I seen y'all come in and y'all fix the roads. Y'all started tearing down the dead trailer houses. The fence was built to cover that eyesore up, the car lot. Y'all went in and did some plumbing. I thought my money as rent was well worth it.
It looks a lot better than, it was before. The homes look beautiful. The playground looks wonderful. My kids enjoy it. They enjoy playing there. They're excited, what was built. And they enjoy the basketball court. Want to be there every day.
It looks so nice, you're not embarrassed to say, I live here. It's not like you're do this one time and a year later you're going to do this. Y'all been steady to make it nicer.
In partnership with Caprock's efforts to revitalize the community's infrastructure and amenities, the company offers prospective homeowners the opportunity to acquire brand new, high-quality homes at an affordable rate, making good on its mission to deliver an obtainable path to home ownership.
They're made really solid, good homes. The kitchens are nice. They're nice Frigidaire appliances, side-by-side refrigerators, which you need for a family to have lots of room. big oven, stove, nice large bar counter area, 2 bathrooms, which is really nice. And it's affordable for a family. A lot of places are getting so priced that you can't afford it for a family to live there. And it was simple. And I've bought 2 homes before, and it was a lot harder. This was very simple, easy process. Kind of out in the country, which I like. It's not real crowded. Some communities you find are like stacked on top of each other, and you don't have that here. You have you actually have a yard. You have room to do stuff.
You did what you said. It's perfect.
The Lone Star community thanks the City of Lubbock for their partnership in revitalizing our neighborhood. Together, we will deliver 133 unsubsidized, affordable housing opportunities that Lubbock residents will love and appreciate for generations to come, all the while bringing jobs and growth to the East Lubbock Opportunity Zone corridor. And as we like to say at Caprock, we're proud to be your neighbor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Halliday. That's nice. You guys have done good work out there. Okay, further questions for Mr. Halliday or for staff? Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve 7-4 on first reading. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by the same sign? Okay, that motion carries 7-0. Mr. Halliday, thanks for being with us. We appreciate the investment you guys are making in our community.
Thank you very much.
Okay, council, let's move now to item 7-5. 7-5, 6, and 7, council, are second reads of zoning cases that we considered that we had to handle the first read at our meeting 2 weeks ago. If you're okay with a collective motion for those, I would open the floor for a motion to begin considering 7-5, 6, and 7.
Move to approve.
Thank you, Mr. Massengale.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Would you like Ms. Sager to brief any on those? Do you have any questions on 7-5, 7-6, or 7-7? Okay, I don't see anything. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve the second reading of zone cases, item 7-5, 7-6, and 7-7. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by the same sign? Motion carries 7-0. All right, item 7-8 is on page 374. It's also the second read of a item from planning. It's an ordinance making a few cleanup changes, I guess you would say, to the CB1 West Broadway District in downtown Lubbock. To begin discussion or consideration, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. I had 3 of you there, and I grabbed Mr. Griffith, who's in the middle. Okay. Any discussion on item 7-8? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to approve the second reading of item 7-8, please say aye.
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 Any opposed by that same sign? That motion carries 7-0. All right, we'll now move to item 7-9. Council items 7-9, 7-10, and 7-11 are our acceptance of or approval, I guess, of the annual reports from our 3 tax increment finance districts. Ms. Cheryl Brock is going to go over those with us. I believe, Mr. Weaver, we probably need to consider these separately. Is that not your counsel on this?
I think if you wish, you could take them all 3 together if you'd like to.
Okay, why don't we do this? Why don't we go, Ms. Brock, why don't you go through these back to back to back, and then we can decide how we want to handle them. But why don't we start with the Central Business District TIF, and then go to North Overton, and then the Lubbock Business Park. Okay?
All right, that'll work. Let me get.
Okay. And you're going to share your screen with us?
Yes, sir. I'm doing it right this minute.
Okay, I figured you would. Council 7-9 begins on page 387.
Can y'all see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor. This is going to be the Central Business District TIF 2020 annual report. Y'all are used to seeing these. We do these this time of the year. We have to provide these reports to the other taxing jurisdictions that actually participate in the TIFs, and we also have to provide them to the state of Texas. And so this first one, basically the first slide will show you our current taxable value for CBD TIF. It's $232.5 million, which is about a 12.3 increase over the prior year. As you can tell, they're still steadily growing, which is good. I mean, it's slower growth than Overton, but they had a bigger base at the start, so it's actually still really good growth. Their 2019 actual expenses, our property tax revenues were about 1.1 million. Total revenue was 1.2. I do want to point out on transfer from general fund, the 24,851, that will go away after this year. Basically, you won't see it in the 2021 year because that's that transfer of the oil and gas dollars.
That's the last year of that, right, Cheryl?
Yes, sir. It is. It's the very last year of that.
Okay, thank you.
The expenditures are relatively small other than the debt. You'll see administrative cost, which is your staff time, those types of things. Professional services includes your master developer agreement, the LCAD cost for collections, Primitive Social, which is the website, and then the remainder of the Overland contract also came out of here, as well as the board insurance. So that's all rolled up together in the 315,000. Office supplies, 826. They don't use a lot of those. Debt service, 975,323 for a total expense of about $1.3 million for the year. Their fund balance, this is preliminary because they haven't quite completed the CAFRs, and that'll come back to you at a later meeting. But the fund balance, what we're showing is about 931,000. Cash on hand is about 616,000. Capital projects, these are the projects that actually had expenditures in them in 1920. CBD TIF special projects, that's a police program for downtown. So that's about 52,396. Gateways, that would be, portion of that is the Tornado Memorial cost where they participated in the construction cost. The rest of it will be some costs for the Broadway Tunnel. The Civic Center Hotel project of the almost 20,000, that would be the legal cost for the work of the lawyers of Brianna on the hotel project.
Okay.
The debt service, this is their debt service schedule. And as you can tell, they have about 10.8 million in principal, about 3.4 in interest. And so their total debt at this point in time is about 14.2 million. And I'll be happy to answer any questions, or if you want me to just go through all of them and then.
Let's pause right here and get any questions on the CBD TIF. Okay, keep going, Cheryl. I don't see anybody jumping up and down to speak.
Okay, I'll share again. This is going to be the North Overton TIF.
Great, thank you.
North Overton, actually, this is also their 2020 annual report. The values in Overton, as you can tell, every time I see this graph, I really love it because this goes to show that actually having a public-private partnership actually works because that's how Overton came about. And you can tell the original value on this was 26.9 million. The current value is 506.7 million. That's about a 6.1 million increase over the prior year. Actually for 19, we had a couple of we had actually 4 properties, large properties that devalued, that lost a lot of value. Luckily, we had other properties that picked up value, so the actual decrease wasn't as bad as it would have been. But as you can tell, we're almost back where we were in 2018. So it's still, their values are still looking really, really good. 2019 actual expenses or revenues and expenses, their total revenue was about $5.4 million. 4.8 of that was property tax revenue. The other revenue that's included in this, they had the hotel tax dollars that go in here to help pay the debt service on the conference center. It would also be the rental from the hotel for the conference center, which is their 1% of net room revenue comes back to us. They also have another one, the payment that they make once a year. That's it was $70,000, and then interest was almost 70 as well. So that makes up that $594,000. Operating expenses, they're very minimal. They have about $14,000 for operating expenses, which includes staff time and all those other costs. Cash funded capital, we transferred about $300,000 in 1920, and that was for the Roy Fur Pioneer Park project. The debt service is almost $3.2 million for a total expenditure of 3.5, which is about normal. Their expenses actually are going down a little bit because the debt service starts, it's a little bit smaller, I think, every year. Well, it starts going down starting about now. North Overton Public Improvements was the only expense in capital that we had in the prior year, and that was the remainder of Glenna, finishing out Glenna Goodacre Boulevard, the median, and all the landscaping in the parkway on it. The fund balance, the projected fund balance on Overton's about $5.6 million. Of that, unrestricted cash on hand is about 4.1. This is their debt service going forward. Basically, you can tell that when the debt starts rolling off on this particular TIF, and you can tell. Basically, I looked, and we actually started issuing debt in 2005, I believe, was the first year that we issued debt. And so you can start seeing we originally issued about 41.5 million in debt, and you can tell right now that we're total debt service is less than 20 million, which is really good. And it'll start rolling off at a pretty fast clip once we hit 24, 25. So you're going to see a big roll off starting then of the debt for Overton. Of that debt, this is a portion of the prior slide. It's actually the conference center debt. It was originally about 11 million, and it was issued about in 17, 18. And the total debt remaining on that conference center is about 6.6 million.
It was issued when, Cheryl?
It was issued about 07, 08.
Okay, you said 17, 18. That's what I'm
sorry.
Yeah, that's, yeah.
Sorry, it's 07, 08.
Yeah, 20-year debt, I believe. So,
yes, it was 20-year debt. And so it should be rolling. I mean, it's actually, I'm actually a little surprised that it's rolled off so much. So, but yeah, it won't be long, and we'll have gotten that debt completely. Once the debt on the conference center stops, then the transfer from hotel tax would stop as well.
Okay.
Because that helps pay for this. Any questions?
Yeah, questions on North Overton? Ms. Joy?
Cheryl, did I understand you that in that 594,000, there's a note from somebody or some entity that's paying interest?
94, no, ma'am, I'm sorry. The hotel, whenever we built the conference center, the hotel pays us rent. So there's a 1% net room revenue that they pay every quarter. I mean, it's kind of like hotel tax, but it's really not. It's this particular, and it's about 76,000. There's also their other rent, and it's called an incentive rent, and it's about 71,000. And then you've got interest is what's included in that, as well as the hotel tax is also.
Okay, well, I misunderstood you, I guess.
Probably misspoke or something.
On the property valuations, would you explain how they differ from, for example, a residential valuation?
Yes, ma'am, I'd be happy to. The problem you have with commercial properties, it's not only the structure and the improvements on the land that are part of the value, it also includes income as a component to the value itself. And so what happens is based on their particular income in a particular year, it can cause the value of those properties to be less. And so it's really hard for us because we try to track them. We project them out, you know, at a pretty well, just so that we make sure that I have our debt covered and those types of things. But because of the way commercial is actually valued, it makes it a little bit difficult because of that income component.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Okay, Ms. Brock, let's move to the business part.
Sir? All right, this one is actually the Lubbock Business Park TIF. This is a newer one. It was actually created in 2009. And so it's actually the Leadus Business Park, and it was originally created to help pay for infrastructure in building up that part, business park. The net taxable value for 2020 was $62.6 million. It did have about a $5.3 million increase, and that was due to the spec building that was built out there. And so it actually totally hit the rolls in 2020. So it did increase the value. And I didn't mention on some of the others, but you'll see on there 2020 net tax increment value. That's the value that we're actually getting revenue into the TIF fund on. So that's why that's a little bit different number. It's actually what we received revenue on. Actual on the revenues and expenses, the property tax collections were about $541,000. Interest revenue was about $45,000, which makes it a little less than $600,000 revenue. This one has historically just gathered money until infrastructure was needed. And you'll notice when we look at expenditures, that transfer to TIF CIP of $3.3 million almost, that was for a new project that they started in actually 2019-20. And it was actually for the Ivory Street project that they're in the process of constructing now. I believe they're still maybe in design. They haven't started the actual construction, but the administrative cost is still staff time for working with and managing the TIF. Office supplies about $720. Professional services, that is mostly going to be the cost for their board insurance that we're required to carry on them. And then LCAD's collection cost for this TIF is very small because it's the smallest one we have. And so the total expenses were almost 3.3. Fund balance on this one is $68,472, and the cash on hand is about $63,000. Most of their cash was used for the new project for Ivory Street. North King Street, these are the expenses for 1920. As you can tell, North King Street, it was $287,000. That actually completed that project. Ivory Street is the new one, and we've actually only paid about $111,000. I think it's still within design. Total capital expenditures were about $398,000. And this TIF has no debt. So essentially that's all of the information on them, and I'll be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Brock. Questions on the business park TIF? Ms. Joy, do you have a question? You're off mute. I want to make sure.
I'm sorry, I just didn't get back on.
It's okay. So make sure. Okay. Ms. Brock, we appreciate your presentation. Council, are you okay with a motion to consider these concurrently? If so, I'll open the floor to that. Mr. Matsingo, would you make that motion?
Yeah, Mayor, I'd make a motion to consider items 7.9 and 7.10 collectively.
Okay.
And 11?
Oh, I'm sorry, 7.9, 7.10, and 7.11. Thank you.
I'll take that as a motion to approve. Is that okay, Mr. Massengale?
Yes, it is a
Okay,
motion.
and second from Ms. Joy. Okay, discussion, any discussion on the motion to approve items 7, 9, 7, 10, 7, 11, which is the acceptance of the TIF annual reports?
Mayor,
Yes, sir. Mr. Griffith.
thank you. I would just like to take a minute to thank Ms. Brock for her work in preparation of this. She always does exceptional work, and I appreciate her simplifying it again. Cheryl, thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
I think we all feel the same way. We appreciate your work with our TIFs and Business Development Group. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to approve items 7, 9, 7, 10, and 7, 11. All those in favor of the motion, pardon me, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
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 Opposed by that same sign? Motion carries 7-0. Okay, our final item tonight is on page 712. It's an item being brought by two council members, by Ms. Joy and by Mr. Chidis. It's to consider a moratorium on outdoor advertising, billboard advertising for 180 days. I'll let Ms. Joy talk about that in a moment. In order to begin discussion, do we have a motion?
Move to approve.
Thank you, Ms. Joy. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Okay, Ms. Joy, the floor is yours.
This item is a result of having attended planning and zoning meetings on a regular basis. And the commission members in the last meeting and in several meetings before have had great difficulty with these billboard cases, particularly because their comments are that the request is in an area that is not zoned correctly. And they have struggled with it, and they have made many comments about the city council fixing the problem. The last one was particularly compelling because they ended up spending a lot of time talking about what the council could do, and they weren't really, they really didn't have any answers for that. But because of the way it was presented, the case was presented, they just voted. And it was not unanimous when they voted. I am told by commission members that requests have been made of staff to do something to help, and that has not happened. The UDC is supposed to, hopefully, remedy some of these zoning issues that we have, and we can take care of them. But now we've been told that they pushed what they believe to be the final recommendations to July of this year. So I didn't just dream this overnight. This is a long-standing problem at planning and zoning, and they are looking to us to do something to help them out. We don't have time. Well, we do have time. I guess we could go forward with a zone case to change. But which ones are we going to change? Because the M1 districts are not all in one place. And so rather than go forward at this time with a council initiated set of zone changes, and in order to let the UDC committee and the UDC move forward, this was what I saw as a temporary solution. And I didn't just pick this particular day, but Planning and Zoning meets on the first Thursday of the month. They meet again on February the 4th. We don't have staff planned UDC meeting until February the 1st. And then P&Z will meet again on March 4th. In the meantime, the next council meeting is February 23rd, just before the March 4th meeting. And then we have another council meeting on March the 9th. So just the timing of trying to get this done has been difficult. So I think we need to at least listen to our commission members who need some help. They're very frustrated. I think if you go back and listen to the tape and the video of that meeting, the last meeting, you'll see what I'm talking about. And I think if you go back to the first time that the Keller requests were made, you'll see the same frustration. The people on Planning and Zoning, it's another volunteer job, and they take it seriously, and I think they're trying really, really hard. But they were looking to us to do something. And so this was my suggestion, along with Mr. Chavez, to see if we could do something to help them until the UDC can correct the problems that exist in the city.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Joy. It's accurate to say they didn't pass a resolution or anything asking for us to take action. It was just something they discussed at their meeting. They weren't posted, I guess, to take action. Is that correct?
No, they were not posted to take any action. It's just very interesting to listen to them.
Okay, council, let's have some discussion on this. Mr. Christian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In my opinion, this is an overreaction to a very close vote in our last council meeting. It bothers me on a couple of levels in regards to the last council meeting, especially when Mr. Henthorn suggested that he might be applying for some other signage on the location on Milwaukee. What this moratorium does, in my opinion, it really negates people that have property owners on M1, like Mr. Henthorn, to follow the process that's in place. Is it a little bit difficult right now? Maybe so, but it's still his right as a property owner to petition P&Z to do this. And I don't like the idea of us putting a roadblock, regardless of what the planning and zoning members' difficulty is. He's doing it right. The property owner has a right to do that. It also bothers me that we shouldn't put those roadblocks in place. It's also the duty and Mr. Griffith and Ms. Joy. The mayor put us on a committee to work to try to solve this problem. And I think that we can continue to move forward to try to solve this without putting this roadblock in property owners that have M1. And we all know, Mr. Chavez, that most of the M1s are on the east side of Lubbock. So my concern is, what happened if a property owner in your district came to you and said, I want to go through this process to see about putting a billboard in an M1 on East Lubbock? Are we going to deny that person his right to be able to go through the process to do this? I just think it's misguided right now. I think that I don't think we're going to have a lot of people applying for billboards because they know what happened in the last couple of council meetings. But it's also, I don't like the idea of putting roadblocks on a small business and property owners as we're going through this process. That's what P&Z does. If they want to vote it down at P&Z, fine. but I don't like the idea of denying small business going through the process that's in place right now as we move forward with the UDC and the subcommittee of myself, Ms. Joy, and Mr. Griffin are a part of that. I don't think we should do that. That's our problem, not the property owners and the small business owners. So I think we just need to move on and leave it as it is, and let's fix this. And it may be a little angst on P&Z, but I think we have a responsibility to small business owners to not put this roadblock in place as it's presented today.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Other feedback?
I have a question.
Ms. Patterson Harris.
And I understand your stance, Mr. Christian, but I've also attended several P&Z meetings myself, and it always ends up, as Ms. Joyce stated, because they say just put it off on the council. But if we don't have anything clear and in place to help us, how does that help anyone? Actually, there's some other things that I think we really need to stop and take a look at that comes before P&Z and ultimately ends up before the council. I don't know that we can do that now, but I think that we've got some work to do to kind of rectify some things or make things clearer as we make the decisions, so that it doesn't cause us as council members to go, I don't agree with that, but I'm going to because I like Mr. Johnny. But I think that if we have clear information in front of us, that we can make better decisions on stuff like that. If it takes time to do it, then I say so. I mean, because I think that's a benefit to whomever comes and makes a request for whatever it is before us, that we're clear on what we're doing. That's just my take.
Mr. Mayor, if I might add something, and I forgot it, and I hate to interrupt because I want to open it up.
Thank you, Ms. Patterson Harris. Mr. Christian.
Ms. Joy said something in her first comments that some of these locations are miszoned. Well, Mr. Atkinson, I would ask you that M1 is the proper place as it stands right now for outdoor advertising, outdoor advertising to be placed. Isn't that correct?
In the current code with a specific use permit, yes, sir.
With a specific use permit, which means they are allowed to put those in there. And that's what I'm saying. We are not doing anybody that applies for the specific use on the M1 is doing it properly right now. And that was certainly identified by our planning and zoning that Mr. Keller did do it right. He didn't do anything wrong by applying for those. And he went through the process. He failed. But I wanted just to make it clear to everybody that M1 special use is the legal option for, or a legal place for outdoor advertising to be put today. Is that correct?
Yes, in your current code.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Other comments, Mr. Massengill, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. This council has used the tool of a moratorium before in a very different situation. I'm concerned that this is not the correct situation to use a moratorium in. And if we were doing that, there's so many questions as we continue to zone. Would you be leaving out other things that related to the UDC? And at that point, are you chasing your tail? I'm not so sure that it's appropriate as we continue to move through our process with the UDC to have a moratorium on anything.
Thank you, Mr. Massengill. Other comments? Mr. Griffith.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm confident that we're doing the right thing in creating the UDC. I'm confident in the process. It takes a long time. This is tedious work. At the same time, we've got decades upon decades of zoning overlapping each other as the city's grown. And I respect what we're doing with UDC, and I think the end result will be advantageous for all the citizens of Lubbock. Not everybody will be happy with it, but as a whole, it will simplify what P&Z does, what ZBA does. And I know billboard is one aspect of it, but I also agree with Mayor Pro Tem that I don't feel like this is the appropriate action. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Griffith. Mr. Atkinson, or Ms. McCacker may be with us too, but I think you can probably answer the question. At the timeline we're on today, we would consider final recommendations on the UDC June, July, is that correct?
It would be completed. In other words, the adoption would be finished not later than your second meeting in July.
Okay. Yeah, there are a lot of things that I would like to just put a pause on till the UDC is finished. I just don't think we can do that for the next 6 months. I think we've got big work to do there, and I know that we've got a group of council members that are going to lead the way. So I tend to feel like there's, the moratorium is probably more maybe unnecessary at the moment. We've considered very few. I was just trying to think back. I know Ms. Joy and I talked about it earlier today. We've considered less than a handful of outdoor advertising cases in the last year. In fact, if you lump the two on Milwaukee together on either side of the road, I think it's just that case, the one on the spur, and maybe one other in the last 12 months. So, I mean, I think we can handle those when they come our way. I think we're pretty, the ordinance is pretty clear. I'm a little frustrated that we have some places zoned M1 that I think should be zoned something else. That's more of my concern. And that's all over town. I mean, Ms. Patterson Harris has some stuff that's zoned M1 that I think should be T as an example. And I think that's what the long-term plan called for. And I think we're going to get there, but it's I think in some ways problematic. Looks like Sheila, you wanted to add something there.
Yeah, I was just nodding my head. There's some stuff like that I have concerns about, and I'm hoping having it come forth, man. I'd hate to be appear as a Grinch, but I think that if we get all of that worked out. So I mean, the M1 stuff, as you stated, rather should it be T. There's some mobile home trailer park stuff that I think needs to be kind of settle up and all of that. But that's my deal. There's several things that I think, we need to kind of take a strong look at, and I'd hate for it to become and get punched in the face, because it's really, I don't feel that it's in the right place right now. Just talking about what I'm talking about.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have my hand up.
Ms. Joy.
When I thought about this, I thought about the other cases that planning and zoning has issues with, and even looked at making this a much broader, and found out through legal that there's some we can't do anything about right now, unless we want to bring a council zone change action, which is it's not swift and it's not easy. So that's why I ended up with the one that has caused, in my observing of the planning and zoning, that's caused the most problems. The other problem that we've had is that the requirement is that it be compatible with the uses in that district, not the zone, but the uses, and compatible with the future land use plan. And that seems to get lost in the decisions at planning and zoning. So that was the other reason that I felt like we could do this now. But it's not going to be the end of the world either way. But I think that it was, in fact, it is appropriate. Unless you've been a little bit closer to the Planning and Zoning Commission and listened, and we're all invited to attend, and it's real easy, it's virtual. You probably don't get the real flavor for their frustration, but they'll just have to deal with it. And perhaps the action that 4 of us took at the last council meeting will give them some direction.
Okay. Further comments or questions? Okay, we got a motion on the floor on item 712 to approve item 12, which is in effect 180-day moratorium on billboard consideration of billboard permits, specific use permits, I guess. Let's do it. Let's hold hands. Let's do it this by a raise of hands. Those in favor of that motion, please raise your hand.
On the computer or?
Yeah, so I can see it. That's 3. 3, okay. Those opposed, raise your hand. Motion fails 4-3.
That tripped me up, Mr. Mayor.
What, that raising your hand? Yeah, you barely got it on the screen. You barely on the edge, so yeah.
I'm trying to learn all of this.
You're doing a good job, Ms. Patterson Harris. Okay, I think that takes care of our business for the evening. Ms. Garza, is that okay? Everything with you?
Yes, sir, it does. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Weaver.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thanks to our staff for all their good work. We'll be back again in 2 weeks on February 9th. We have a full agenda that day. It is 6:19. It's a great day in Lubbock, Texas, and we're adjourned.